What is up, everyone? It's Deltlead, and welcome back to Kerbal Space Program Faster Than Light. So, today we are going to continue off where we left off in the last live stream, but I will confess, I did do some stuff off camera just to kind of set up the groundwork for today. So, we'll go ahead and look at the things I did. One, there is an orbital refinery around Minmus. So, let's go and take control of this vessel. We were working on the design on the ground in the last live stream, but I never actually launched this. And I want to walk you through what I did and kind of the design philosophy behind it. So, you'll see right here, there is the refinery unit itself, the ISRU processor. And this can convert a couple of different things, but primarily we're going to use it for the regolith process. We have a set of liquid tanks and a set of gas tanks here. These are going to collect our byproduct from the process. They're not the actual fuel tanks. We're going to attach much larger fuel tanks here on the side. And then to keep this thing powered, because the power demands on these processors are very high, and I wanted something that would be efficient long term, we have a liquid metal cooled thermal reactor over here. Hey, we got our two favorite returning guests, Green Juno, Clocky Clock, welcome back. Thank you guys for tuning in. So we have a nuclear reactor in space, which I guess this is the second nuclear reactor in space, because we do have one on our ship, but this one is not an engine, it is an actual power generator. So it puts out, I believe, 20 maximum electric power is 46.63 megawatts, which is a lot. I think this one will get up to like 20 megawatts, maybe. And then in order to keep the reactor from overheating, we use these titanium wraparound radiators. And they're doing a really good job of keeping this thing cool. They also look super cool because they have this cool glowing effect as they get hotter. Vice the stock radiators, which just kind of like turn red. So that's about it. We got a little battery up here, lots of docking ports. So there's 4 docking ports around the center. This is where we're going to attach our large fuel tanks. And they'll be like large fuel tanks. We're putting big fuel tanks on it. And then I do have Mark II lander cam. That is the operating station. There are no Kerbals on this right now, but eventually we will put a Kerbal on it. Because the fission reactor, as far as I understand, I guess not. I guess you can turn it off remotely for this one at least. I was under the impression that you need a Kerbal on the craft to turn this off, but apparently you can just turn it off. So this is off now, and it should start running out of electricity. Yeah, electric charge is going down. But we're going to go ahead and leave it on. Because there's no reason. This is not going to run out of fuel anytime soon. So I launched this and we did some time accelerating off camera to get some more monies. So we have some more monies. So this has actually been in orbit for a year, a long time. And just idling kind of this low power configuration, it has consumed 0.03 units of uranium. So it's not going to run out of fuel anytime soon. The other thing we launched, and the other mission we did, part of the money we gained, is this guy in orbit of Minmus. Which, once it loads, there we go. So we put an asteroid in orbit of Minmus. This is cool. This is cool. This is cool. I like this. And this is going to give us an opportunity to really easily get standard conventional fuel for our ships. I've got this little ship down here. It's got some drills on it. The drills are primarily just to experiment with what kind of resources we can get from an asteroid. Because I was hoping that the universal drill would be able to drill on asteroids and get regolith or something. Unfortunately not. The only thing you can get from asteroids is ore. So we'll use this for conventional fuel. We won't be able to use this for like our liquid hydrogen for our nuclear rockets. But we'll go back to the Space Center. Did I like the auto gyro? Yes, I did. I tried it out earlier today, and I thought it was pretty neat. I was kind of expecting it to be hard to control or weird, but it flew just fine. Like, it flew very, very intuitively, and I crashed it. I'll admit, I did crash. But if I were to like try and fly it again, I think I could fly it around and land it and actually use it. It was cool. Collecting clocks back for real. That's great. Okay, so what are we gonna do to start? Well, the orbital refinery core stage, the core portion of it, which is the refinery itself, that's on orbit, and that's great. But that's not enough, right? We need actual, fuel storage. Otherwise, it's kind of useless. So we need a large, and I mean large, fuel tank. We're going to connect a couple of these, actually. I'm going to use the Propadyne HECS. I do not need... I actually don't need a lot of... What's the word? I want to minimize the additional, probe bodies that I'm attaching to the station, so I'm just going to keep it simple. And I'm kind of tempted. I'm not sure how I want to do this yet, but a part of me wants to have the probe attached to why am I confused all of a sudden? Maybe just the probe being attached to the upper stage, and then the fuel tank itself would just be like a payload that has no control on it whatsoever. It's just a dumb tank. So no probe, no anything. We'll see. I think I'm going to try... We'll start with just trying to launch an empty tank with no control on it whatsoever and see how the control requirements go from there. I don't know. We're gonna figure it out. We're gonna figure that out live, basically. So payload. Let's go ahead and throw the fairing on there. Let's throw this guy. I'll throw the fairing on top of that. And then I'll want the advanced reaction control wheels to be able to keep this thing from flipping over and doing weird stuff. Probably should have my snap on. There we go. Boop. Perfect. All right, and that'll be the fuel tank. Now, as far as the actual tank goes, use the TD25 fuel tanks. I want to throw a big ol' fuel tank on this thing, right? So this is what I have in mind, and it's going to be empty. Cooling is going to be off. It's just going to be an empty, dumb tank. But before I put that on there, I might have to do some weird stuff, because I want to put docking ports on the top and bottom of this. Yeah, so let's go coupling, docking port. That's a docking port. Good. No, it won't let me. That's great. That's great. Let's try this again. Geez, well, how am I going to do this then? This might get tricky. Dicky. Let's do docking port. We gotta flip it upside down. There we go. Slap this one on the bottom. There we go. Okay. Now, we reassemble this part. Basically the same as before. We put this. We put this. We put it. We put it. We put it on. Go on. Just go on. You want to go on. Please go on. Oh my goodness. Getting docking ports to connect in the vehicle assembly building is somewhat cancerous. I'm not going to lie. Is the Duna mission still undergoing? It is. We will eventually return to that. Those Kerbals are in orbit still. So We should should probably do something with them. No, we will do that eventually. Just just give me a minute, all right? Give me a minute. Can I put a Okay, so I can put that there. That's fine. All right, let's try this then. No, stop. Why does it not want to What's the issue? I've got the decoupler right here. Decoupler goes right, right, right there. Right there. Right there. Right there. Right there. Okay. Maybe I do need to put a probe on this. I was trying to avoid it, but maybe I do need a probe. Hmm. Can I put just a real silly probe? Just a real cheap probe on it? Man! Alright, hold on. Hold on. Let's do this. Let's put this over here. Let's just go ahead and put the engine that I wanted on this, which was the skiff. I want the skiff. It's a good engine. I like the skiff. Okay. This guy, we throw this away. Start over. What's the cheapest decent probe? This one? Because I think this gives me all the just stability assist. Why don't... No, I want more than just stability assist. Okay, we'll use the HECS then. I was trying to minimize the number of probe bodies I attach to the station because it'll be a lot, but I guess the game's making me. So that's cool. Well, we'll tuck it in there. Actually, before we tuck it in there, since we're not going to get a second shot at this, let's configure vessel naming. This will be fuel tank. And we'll put this naming priority real low. So that whatever vessel I end up attaching this to, the vessel's name will always override this vessel or that name. But that way, at least it'll have a name. Like, it'll have a real name. Okay. 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 So let's go coupling then. Now it wants to work. Now it wants to work. Alrighty. So this is going to be a big ol' rocket. It actually doesn't need to be very strong as far as lifting force goes because the weight of this payload is only 5 tons. It's just going to be bulky, right? So it'll have a big old fairing. We'll make it orange. I like the orange paint job on these tanks. And let's go TD25 again. Oh, actually, before we do this, so I need a way to dock it, obviously. Where's my center of mass? It is, okay, perfect. Even low. Okay, so the center of mass is still close to this, which means I can put these all the way up here. Then I just need some monopropellant tanks, which those are easy to get. We'll just take some of these. We'll put them right there. And we'll rotate them down to sit next to the engine bell. Like that. Nice. Okay, so that's that taken care of. We do need comms and we need electrical, so we'll throw just a regular Communitron 16S, the basic, the most basic antenna. It'll get the job done. And then we do need electrical, which I will use just a bunch of these for. And that'll be adequate. I guess we could even put them a little higher up. Like that. Okay. So we got all those first kind of steps done. Now we can build out the rest of the rocket. So let's get the coupler back over here. Get the big fuel tanks out. And we're going to go orange with the white, actually. I think we have to go white because the engines I'm going to put on this. We bought this earlier. I think we've had it for a little bit, but we actually bought it. We bought the twin bore. And oh my goodness, let me tell you, the twin bore is an engine. That right there is a real man's engine. Okay, so this mission costs 56,000 total to launch. I'm going to need at least 4 of them. Because, you know, each of these holds 60,000. We'll empty it. To cut back on the weight. There we go. Let's put this down here. That'll be plenty of Delta V, I think. Plenty of Delta. That'll be plenty of Delta V. All right, so refinery tanks, they're going to be empty for now. Because we're going to fill them up at the station. The box probe needs lots of electricity to power. Interesting. It consumes. Is it just inefficient? Well, then why would you want it? Because it only has stability assist. It seems like a dumb probe. Maybe I'm confused on how it works, but it seems like a dumb probe. Ah, whatever. Throttle up. Lighter engine. The twin bore with those beautiful light blue into a violet engine plumes. A lot of thrust on this thing. Go ahead and throttle down. And start our gravity turn. Start pitching over. I think I will. I was looking more at MechJeb and reading through some of the Kerbal forums. And everyone seems to say that I should get MechJeb to make the launches less tedious. Which is fair. It's really fair. So Clocky Clock, you were right about MechJeb. I will probably get it. Not this live stream, but in a future live stream. So I think game volume is super low right now. Let's turn that up so you can hear the engine at least. I've also got it turned down pretty quiet, just so that I don't have to like listen to it constantly, because it does get a little tiring. So anyway, this is a little bit more streamlined, long rocket right here. Go ahead and just go 4 times. Try and do a nice flat trajectory up. Want to be real gentle with the throttle. We do actually want to keep the throttle low because we have so much time to get to apoapsis, and then as we get up to apoapsis, up in the actual vacuum of space, that's where we can really take advantage of our delta V here. So we'll push it up a little bit more. On 1/3 throttle, nice. Nice 1.6 thrust to weight ratio, so that engine has plenty of force. This guy also has a nice 1.5 thrust to weight ratio. The Skiff is really a good engine. I think it's going to replace the Poodle for most missions I run, unless cost is a big limiting factor. But we are in orbit. We've got Mimus coming around. Looks like it's going to be right at about the right spot. No. Not quite. Actually, a terrible spot. Some would say the worst spot for it to be. But that's okay. There's no cryogenics that I need to worry about boiling off. This thing has a radio, and it's got antennas. We can let time pass a little bit here. Spend a couple days in orbit. There we go. And let's just come around. Whoop. Whoop. Past it. Hold on. Too far. Too far. Come back around. Second time. There we go. There we go. Nice and easy. Go ahead and throttle all the way up. And start our burn. I'm going to get rid of the debris. Don't need to see those. There's our intercept. And away we go! Up to Minmus. This antenna is kind of weak, but it should be able to handle... Actually, no, it doesn't matter because we have relay satellites. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Literally doesn't matter. We built comsats for a reason, guys. I am going to have to do some correction burns, but I don't really care because we have so much delta V to work with here. So I can be a little wasteful with it. And because this tank is empty, it's actually quite easy to turn the craft and do stuff. So for starters, anti-normal to get us on plane. Mostly on plane. We're not at the descending node, so I can't actually make a full plane change maneuver, but I can get close. And then we'll go radial in. Looking for a 26-kilometer orbit around Minmus. We're at 217. Go ahead and bring that in quite a bit. Okay. That'll do. Go retrograde. Time warp in. And we'll do two birds here. We're going to do a retrograde burn right here to, one, get us captured and try to match orbit as closely as possible. And then we'll do our second burn at the descending node to kind of ferry in our orbit here. So it's 26 to 24. If I shoot for 25, that's fine. For this purpose. What's interesting is my orbit is 26 to 24. My target orbit is 26 to 24 and really close. Off by only 3 meters in apoapsis. The only problem is it's rotated. Let me real quick. Can I do a... Is there a maneuver I could do to fix that? I feel like there should be. Yeah. Alright, that's a nearly matched orbit. Let's go for that. Right there. Mostly radial out with just a hint of retrograde. And that should match us nice enough. Alright, now all we need to do is do the plane change because we are at an angle. I'm going to control that one manually to the best of my ability. We need to burn normal. Uh-oh. Darks. Oh, shoot. Okay, never mind. We're going to have to do this anti-normal because I didn't really put any batteries on this thing. And I probably should have put some batteries on this thing. Because this has... How much electric charge? 10 units of electric charge? Okay. So this only works in sunlight. Just straight up. It only works in sunlight. As long as it's in sunlight, it'll recharge the batteries as I use the SAS. Or if I'm burning an engine, so it'll be fine. But it can not operate in the night side of the planet, which is good to know. I'm also burning at the wrong angle. I need to burn anti-normal. Let's see. Go Hunter just joined the live stream. Hello. We are docking a fuel tank with a station. And we'll explain a little bit more of what we're doing once we get there. Too far. Ah, shoot. Hold on. Need to be a little bit more ginger with this. A little bit more gentle. Just a little tap, tap, tap it in. There we go. Okay. Now, we are behind the refinery. So I'm going to go retrograde. Actually, no. We're going to go prograde here. So, we're behind the refinery. Normally, that would mean I want to go inside the orbit. But I have 2,793 meters per second of delta V, which is just a silly amount of delta V. And it means I can do stuff like force it. I can just straight up force an intercept by taking a way higher orbit. Like that. There we go. That's an intercept. So I'm going to take this way long orbit. It's going to come around. And it's going to come around a second time. And as I'm falling back, look at that. We're lined up. And we are going to intercept right here. Costs more fuel, but I don't care because I have way more fuel on this stage than I actually have any reason to have. Let's go target retrograde. We're only moving 22 meters per second faster than him, so it doesn't really matter. And it also puts our intercept on the light side of the planet. Thank you, sticky keys. Can't throttle up my engine with sticky keys around there. No, sir. It won't let me. Let's point this way real quick. Just do a quick burn to target. Get my vector on the target. There we go. And we'll use physics-enabled time warp here. Just so that no funky stuff happens as we get close. We are aiming for the side of the ship, so we're lined up well with the ship, which is good. Oh, and I've got a docking port that I can target right away. How fun. And I'm already heading towards it. If you get orbits roughly matched, especially, you can cheese it by time warping like 20-30 days. Oh, we're not going to cheese it. We're just actually going to do it. I'm good enough at this game. I don't need to cheese it most of the time, and I can just actually, like, do the thing. The more you do it, the more you, like, do an orbital rendezvous, and the more familiar you get with, like, how orbits change, it gets really easy to just... It just becomes like second nature almost. Like, oh, you know, if I burn this way, that's what's going to happen. I don't know what the Matt Lone lazy method is. This might be a sin, but I have not watched that much like Matt Lone, that many Matt Lone videos. I just really haven't. So I'm sorry for those of you who are big Matt Lone fans. But I actually am not like a huge Matt Lone fan. I'm not like an anti Matt Lone guy. I just like don't watch a lot of his stuff, you know? Trying to get this lined up nicely. As we drift down here. Alright, we're coming in for the docking now. I'm going to use a little bit of fuel here to really, like, bear this in. Pretty much not even looking at the craft. I'm just looking at my maneuver orb as we get closer here to make any changes as required. And there we go. So that's the first fuel tank. We'll put 3 more on around this thing. Now it's a pretty simple matter of decoupling that. And there's no controllable objects on that. That's fine. So that is 1 tank done. We got 3 more to do. I'm going to keep the engine on the actual refinery just so that I have a means of controlling it. Eventually we will get rid of it once we're like done and happy. The mat loan method is to just align both docking ports. No, I really am fine just leaving the orbital refinery where it is. Part of the reason I'm not going to try aligning it is because I have the docking ports all along the sides in different orientations. So we're just going to move the fuel tank into the correct position and dock with it. Yes, this is using mods. This is not a stock tank, obviously. This is a... We have the KSPI mod installed and a couple others. But the big mod that we're playing with is the KSP Interstellar. Have you thought of making an ornithopter? No, I've not. I've thought of it now, and I've decided I don't want to do it. Ornithopters are weird, dude, and also science fiction. I understand that like they operate on the same principle as how a dragonfly's wings work and are therefore theoretically possible, but I'm not going to try building one. Your sub count's 1 out of 15. Oh, yes, we are 1 subscriber closer to our goal. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate it. Alright, this will be pretty standard. Definitely going to get Mech Jeb in the near future, because as fun as flying rockets into orbit is, after like the 100th launch, it gets a little tedious, and you just kind of want to focus on the new stuff. Doesn't like really annoy me. It annoys me when I screw it up and then I have to start over. Okay, we're gonna go nice and slow. Ditch the heat shield early. Why is SAS disengaged? Why don't I have any electric charge, game? Game, why don't I have any electric charge? The engine... Does the twin bore not make electricity? That'd be annoying. Can I get some electricity on my solar panels before I re-enter atmosphere? Oh, I feel like I'm really close to it. I feel like this should have some electric charge. There we go. Okay. Mission is not a bust. It's saved. We are going to have to burn at a weird angle for a minute. Because we missed our burn at apoapsis. But we are still outside of the atmosphere, and this has plenty of thrust to weight to make this happen. So, I'm not too worried about it. I should also probably turn SAS on. Okay, we are going to re-enter the atmosphere. But that's okay. We're only going to re-enter like the most uppity top part of the atmosphere. I'll just lock retrograde to minimize my cross-section, which will drop our drag down, and then we'll just push through the atmosphere because we're coming back up already. You would recommend the twin bore for side liquid tanks. So here's the deal with that. It's probably really good for like a heavy launch vehicle. That's probably not bad advice. The twin bore is expensive, all right? And I'm operating on limited funds, and I don't want to make a rocket that's too expensive, you know? And while I can make money easily enough in this game that I'm not ever worried about running out of money, I also don't want to waste money, so I'm building rockets. My launch vehicles are going to be as cheap as I can justify them to get the mission done. I'm not going to, like, design some crazy contraption. Or, like, you know, your truly Kerbal Space Program-esque launchers. Because it turns out that designing rockets that are realistic in this game is also the way to design rockets that are cheaper, you know. We're about lined up with Minmus. Not even going to use a burn node on this. Just going to send it. It's close enough. And we'll be there momentarily. Our apoapsis is coming up, coming up, coming up. Throttle down, throttle down, throttle down, throttle up again. And boop, there we go. Up we go. All right. Now let's just, as we enter. Okay, so I need to go normal, and I need to go radial in. So let's kind of split the diff. Right about, ooh, too far. Come back, come back. Very inclined. All right, that's good enough. We'll just burn radial in now. Good enough. Go retrograde. And again, whatever I do, I just need to remember that I have to rendezvous on the light side of the planet because I didn't bother putting like actual batteries on this launcher. Maybe that'll get annoying, but for now it's fine. Okay, let's get down to 25. I'm going to burn radial in here to scoot my periapsis in line. Like that. Oh, a little too far. That's fine. No, 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 no. Hold on, hold on. Go back to radial in real quick, shall we? Sorry. Ah, it doesn't matter. We're just gonna go prograde until we get an intercept. That right there. This is my intercept. So we'll go way out. We're gonna brute force the intercepts because it doesn't matter. I have so much fuel in this kick stage. And min-miss 40 meters per second of delta V to do the match velocity when we get there. So it literally doesn't matter. Even though this is not your standard rendezvous orbit configuration, it straight up doesn't matter on min-miss. Okay, we're close. It's close enough. Let's go target. Not prograde, retrograde. We're passing it. Turn faster, darn it. All right, good enough. Okay, and we've killed out, and just like that, we've killed out all of our excess velocity. I'm going to aim just to the left of the target. I've got a decent amount of monoprop to work with, too. So we'll decelerate with monoprop. We've got so much monoprop. Oh, you're back for real now? Okay, sure, dude. I believe you. Why wouldn't I believe you? You said you were back, so you're probably back for real this time. All right, velocity vectors are all matched up nicely. We'll go ahead and get close, and then I'm going to go up. Nope, up. I'm going to go up. Up east, please. Thank you. Go ahead and start slowing down. Okay. I'm not going to swing in and hit the reactor, am I? No. For a second there, I was worried I was going to whack the reactor, which is generally something that nuclear reactors don't like having happen, is being hit. I find most nuclear reactors do not enjoy that. That's in my professional experience. I am, for some reason, struggling to turn this thing. There we go. Let's go ahead and set this as the target. Oh, that's the wrong way. Dang it. I did it again. Overshot. Okay, there we go. Now it should be less confusing for me because I'm going the right direction. I was doing that whole thing backwards and it was starting to confuse my little brain. Connect, please. Thank you. I don't want to decouple both, so we'll just decouple you manually. Boom. All right, that's 2. Count them, 2 fuel tanks. We're going to crash. We're not going to crash. Calm down. Get a hold of yourself. We're going to need 2 more to complete our collection. So here's my idea for the Duna mission, right? I'm going to finish building this orbital refinery before we do anything else with the Duna mission. Because that's what we're doing right now. But eventually, once we finish the orbital refinery, we'll go ahead and launch our... Where is it? There it is. Refinery tanks. Launch. Too much. Dude, that'd be so silly and hard to control. Plus the attachment problems. I was debating using the big tennis ball fuel tanks, because the tennis ball fuel tanks hold a lot more. So I was debating that. But no, we're just going to launch... We're going to keep it relatively moderate and conservative in our approach here. Just piece by piece, you know? Keep it more realistic. More grounded in reality, if you will. Because that's how I like to do things. That's my style, my guy, you know? Don't cramp my style. Okay. This one's going up. And for some reason, that totally flipped over. Let's go ahead and not let that continue because... Oh, every once in a while, the aerodynamic simulation in this game just decides to go... Ah! My JNO side is showing. I know. How it was raised, my guy. Gotta keep it, gotta keep it more realistic. JNO is, the more I've played KSP, the more I realize, no, JNO is the realistic version of KSP, not the other way around. No wings? No, do you mean like fins? No, not for this. The twin bore's got the, it's got the control to where it shouldn't be an issue. I think I just time accelerated too early and too fast. So we're going to be a little bit more gentle on the time acceleration. Okay, now it's fine. Now it shouldn't be an issue. See, look at that. Look at that beautiful arc. Beautiful arc. Throttle down to like a 1. Throttle up a little bit more as we get just up there. Yeah, there we go. See that? See how lovely that is? How nice that is? Nice and gentle. Apoapsis is in space, about 55 seconds away, which is about where I want it to stay. Go ahead and drop the fairing. That looks good. Everything looks good. We are on the sunlight side, which means I can continue this mission as planned. Probably should have started the second stage burn a little earlier, but it's fine. Where's periapsis? What's periapsis? There we go. Okay, 70 works for me. I probably have to... I'm gonna guess Mimis is not in the right location. Oh, but it's closer this time. Hold on. Not really, actually. Full throttle. We're getting this flight to Mimis down to a real science. Real quick launches here. As we go. Oop, got it. No maneuver nodes. I could just launch at 6 INC. What's the INC mean there? Inc? 6 Incorporated? Is that some kind of company I'm not familiar with? 6 inches? Inches would just be IN. Inclination. Shut up. No, so generally, here's the thing with inclination, right? Like, I could have an orbit around Kerbal at the same inclination, but the argument of my ascending and descending nodes, unless those are lined up, it doesn't matter what my inclination is. So I'm just going to force it. And I'm fine waiting just a couple, like, time warping just a little bit. It's not a big deal. Again, I have enough fuel in this stage that I can do whatever I want. It's Kerbal enough. I'm literally just guessing and doing it all on by eyeball right now. And this will be the 3rd successful docking maneuver I've done just by guessing and eyeballing it. So back off, my guy. I know what I'm doing. I'm no Matt Lone. Oh, shoot. Maybe I don't know what I'm doing. Just blew past periapsis. Okay, well, now we gotta force it. Force it, actually. Let's go radial in. Correct? Yeah. Good enough. How would you like the wing style for your my? How would I like the wing style for your single stage to orbit? I don't know, dude. Whatever you want to do. Actually, you know what? No, there is a wing style that I'm partial to. Have you seen box wings? So you have it's like a biplane, kind of. So one wing goes out and is center mounted, but it's swept back a little bit, and then your horizontal stabilizer or your vertical stabilizers are at the wing tips, and then the wing comes back in, still angled backwards, and it creates this kind of cool looking. Like, all right, imagine my mouse. Like this is the fuselage right here. So the wing goes out, up, and then back into the fuselage, kind of diamond shape. It's called a box wing. You should do that. I don't have any like good examples of one right now, but I built an SSTO in Juno New Origins a long time ago that looked like that. The Delta wing, Delta's fine. Delta's kind of your basic, your basic bitch wing. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Absolutely nothing wrong with Delta wings. They are basic, but things are basic because they're good. If something's basic, that means it's so popular that everyone does it. And that's a good thing. Like pumpkin spice lattes. Maybe I overburn there. Hold on. There we go. I did overburn. Ah, I overburned again. The skiff has way too much thrust. Let's turn that down a bit. There we go. Again, we're doing orbital rendezvous around Minmus, and we're kind of cheating. Because I just wait. I wait till I get to the ascending node. No need to do a plane change maneuver. Wait till you get to your ascending or descending node, and then just brute force it with a big orbit. And as long as you've got the delta V for it, it doesn't matter. Min-miss is so easy. It's so easy to do silly stuff like this around Min-miss. Where is my target, though? Where is it? Should be ahead of me. There it is. So we're going to angle off a little bit. We're going to get our retrograde vector on our anti-target vector so that we are prograde towards the target. And then we'll just, we'll get close. Do a little decelerating. Let's go prograde. Because we are now moving towards the target. A little too fast, a little too fast. Little too fast. Hold on. Hold on. Let me back up a little bit here. We kind of came at this aggressively. Okay, there we go. So I'm just basically I'm chasing the pink circle with the prograde vector, and that's how I get lined up, kind of. This docking's a little off. Gonna turn RCS and SAS off. I kind of borked the angle, but it's fine. My orbit is not that low, my guy. It's 24. Bro, look how much space is there. It's a 24 kilometers. 24 kilometers around Minmus is a reasonable orbit to be in. It's not even low. It's barely low. It's almost medium. All right? Simmer down. It's not that low. And here's why I chose to... So here's the deal, right? 24 kilometers is a good medium orbit. Because I could get down to like 11 or 12 kilometers. I could have this easily. I could easily be down here. And that would be more fuel efficient for the lander. But it would be less fuel efficient for ships coming into the refinery to refuel. A 24, 25 kilometer orbit is a good middle ground orbit. What is this? What is this for again? This is, oh my goodness. All right. Orbital refinery. Fuel tanks. Capiche? We're making gasoline for rocket engines, all right? This is a gas station. And she's almost done. We got one more. One more fuel tank, and she's good to go. Well, maybe one more fuel tank. Maybe we throw like a couple big boys on there at the very end just for funsies. We'll see. Kapoosh. Kapoosh. We'll see. We'll see. Are there any decent contracts? Oh, here we go. Oh, so quick rundown of the contracts. We currently have 2 bring a Duna stone and bring Duna ejecta back with us, which we'll do as part of the Duna mission. We also have gather surface deployed mystery goo observation science from the surface of Duna. So that's 3 Duna missions that require a landing on Duna, which is good. That's what we want. We'll take this contract for a little extra cash. How long is the crew supposed to be on the Duna mission? Dude, they're fine. Don't worry about it. They're still up there. They're still up there. We will eventually get this thing going. So here's my plan, though, right? We're going to launch the lander to Duna separate from the ship. And I've been mulling this over and how I want to do this. I want to save a little bit of Delta V on the ship, and to do that, the lander is going to fly to Duna separate. We're just going to put it on a kind of traditional rocket like this and get it there. And that's how the lander is going to get there. The rest of the ship is going to fly as we originally planned to Duna. Then once we get into Duna orbit, I'll have the 2 ships rendezvous, and we will board the lander, take the lander down to the surface from orbit, bring the lander back up, and then maybe we come back to Kerbal with the lander, maybe we don't, I'm not sure. Can I make a Starship type lander? Dude, shut up. Yeah, that is... Yeah, it's a little tricky, man. Alright? No, we're not going to do some crazy belly flop. And actually, the reason it's hard... I did a Starship type rocket in J&O, and it wasn't too bad. The problem is not the control of it. The problem is heat. Because, again, you don't have... Your heat shield options are kind of limited in Kerbal Space Program. I feel they are limited, at least. Okay, very, very slow, gradual climb to orbit here. Very slow. Still burning the engine, but very quietly. Very softly. Now aggressively. Okay. Probably take it out of ×4 time acceleration. Just don't dive bomb like crazy. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe I ditch the heat shield. I don't know. I'm not sure. We'll see. We shall see. But I think I'm also going to make the lander a little smaller. Auto strut. Okay, we will do auto strut. There's literally no reason to auto strut this mission because it's just one fuel tank directly connected to the decoupler. Okay. That was actually a really clean orbital insertion. That's nice. Where is Min Miss? There you are. What do you mean liquid fuel boil off? Have I been sending these things up with liquid hydrogen on accident? I thought I emptied these tanks. I mean, it's fine if I didn't. Actually, it's actually fine if I didn't. Because that's just a little less fuel I have to process. And then we've got extra fuel at the gas station as required. Boop, there we go. Back in connection. Prograde. On target. Throttle up. We're going to send it. Absolutely send it to Mimis here. I wonder, did I only... no, stock tanks don't boil off. Also, you distracted me, and now I'm going out of the system. Good job. See what you've done? See what you've accomplished here? Congratulations. You've ruined this mission. Now we have to retrograde burn and get back into not a hyperbolic orbit. It's all your fault, Clocky Clock. You're distracting me. It's fine. I have so much Delta V. I thought I had these tanks empty, but maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't. Somehow. Oh, 100%. I 100% did have the tanks empty earlier. Because this one is losing control every time I point at the sun. No. That's not the issue. The issue is if I point the fuel tank at the sun, the cryogenics on this thing drain so much energy that that my battery's completely drained and I lose comms with the craft and I can't control it anymore. That's what was happening. Let's see if we can't. No. Let's see if we can't, like, get this angled in such a way to where it does get enough electricity. I thought it was supposed to be empty too! I don't know why I have liquid hydrogen in the tanks! Don't yell at me! We're figuring it out. It's fine. It's fine. Whatever. It's fine. It's literally fine. I've got 1,000 meters per second. I should probably turn the cooling on, though. I mean, since I have the liquid hydrogen in the tank, I might as well take advantage of it. Somewhat. We'll keep cooling on for as long as we can, but it's gonna keep boiling off. It's not gonna matter. So whatever. I don't care. Okay, we're gonna have to turn the cooling's going off. Now, once it's connected to the refinery, it's got that fission reactor keeping it juiced. It'll be absolutely fine. Literally fine. This one will be slightly more difficult to control, though, on account of the tank being full. But again, no biggie. No big deal. No big deal whatsoever. It's just another happy, as Bob Ross likes to say, it's another little happy little accident. It's fine. God damn it! I just whipped right past that. Like an absolute buffoon. Gah! Now I gotta do real silly stuff. Well, it's not gonna matter. It's literally not gonna matter because here in a second, gonna be out of gas. All the hydrogen is gonna burn off by the time I get there. So who cares? There we go. Okay, let's not get too crazy with the time warp. Of course, the last 3 of the 4 fuel tanks, absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect entries. The last fuel tank that we launch up, that's the one that gets all silly. Of course. Of course, that's how it works. Let's be maybe just a little bit more careful with this. The good news is that I'm pretty close to lining up. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go straight for the rendezvous burn right here. You can see this intersect as we bring it in. Well, hold on. We got to pass it first. There we go. Oh, a little too far. Let's try that again. Let's put a thrust limiter on the ship. There we go. And we go up. And we go down to intercept. Right here. Here we go. Small problem, just a small problem, not a big problem, but a small problem, is that we are going to be, our rendezvous is on the twilight side of the orbit, so we are going to go into eclipse here soon, which means I'm probably going to have to time warp a little bit back over to the daylight side, but I should have enough time to, at least match orbit, and then we can just drift next to each other when we come back around to the daylight side. I have 850 meters per second of delta V. I don't care. I don't care. It's an expendable upper stage with a ton of fuel in it. I can do whatever I want. Electrocharge is coming down. Which is fine. We're fine. And I'm just going to park it. Right there. There we go. 0 meters per second, roughly. We can time warp around to the daylight side. My electric charge is going to run out here in a second. That's fine. It's literally fine. Whatever. It's okay. It's a small... Minmus is just a big asteroid, right? It's just a big old asteroid. It's not even a real planet, if you think about it. I mean, sure, it has gravity, and and whatnot, but it's not that big. Not really. Not for how close we are to it. Okay. Nice and easy lineup. How much? We still got half a tank of liquid hydrogen. Nuh-uh. Dres ain't a planet. Shut up. I don't... What is Dres? Is Dres the... Hold on. Which one's Dres? Is this one Dres? Dres ain't a planet, man. Motherfucker's gonna tell me Dres is a planet, but Pluto ain't. Shut up. So I'm gonna try and pre-line up for this. Pretty close. Pretty close. Let's go ahead and target the actual target, which is the docking port. Okay. Our lineup is certainly better this time. And then look, I'm just going to use my program. I'm not looking up here. I'm looking down here now. Line these up. And if you've got the crosshairs pointed at the target inside the prograde vector, by the time you dock, that's going to be a good dock. It's going to dock. And then, yeah, it'll like split up a little bit towards the end. We can turn off all that jazz for a second. Let the docking port actually pull us in. But give it a second. And it's docked. It's literally so easy to dock in this game. You don't even have to be kind of close. You can just kind of swag it. Drop that off. All right. Look at that, y'all. We got liquid hydrogen, liquid hydrogen, liquid hydrogen. Actually, some liquid hydrogen. That's fun. So that's where the fuel's going to go at the end. Dres is a mystery. No one, I have not seen any videos about people going to Dres, all right? It's fake. It's a made-up planet. So the refinery is operational, basically. The only thing we're missing is regolith. We need some regolith. Which we're going to get from Minmus. That's the plan, at least. That's the idea. Conceptually, we get it from Minmus. That's where the regolith comes from. Let's see if there's any other, like... Do we have a jewel transfer window coming up that these contracts are showing up? Position satellite in specific orbit of jewel. Position satellite specific orbit of jewel. Those are on literally opposite. One prograde, one retrograde. Science data from space around Tylo again. Recover apart from the surface of Duna. Screw you, game. Absolutely not. Do not land on Tylo. Yes, I've heard Tylo is the other hard planet to land on. We'll look at the other contracts. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go to our KSP Overwatch, our infrared satellite. It does have a comms connection, so I can control it. Do not ever land on Tylo. Look, man, I could probably land on Tylo just fine. Is it the atmosphere? Is the atmosphere super thick? It's like landing on a Kerbal, but no atmosphere. Oh, so it's really heavy and there's no atmosphere? Okay, that's pretty challenging. That's fair. That's actually kind of a tricky thing to pull off. You rely a lot on atmosphere braking. A lot more than you realize. I'm going to add a maneuver. We're going to... So I've got this maneuver, and it's in 128 days. So on day... Someone do 99 plus 128 quick. I don't want to think about it. 99 plus 128. Oh, wait, no. That's 227. I almost like completely swung and missed on really easy math. All right, hold on 1 second. Let's R&D. Let's see what R&D has for us. We do have 300 science. So we could get heavy aerodynamics, which unlocks the Goliath. And I'm kind of down for that, honestly. The Mastodon or the Skipper as a landing engine is crazy, dude. Here's a contract. Test the Goliath turbofan engine. I kind of want this. I kind of want to do that. Even though it's not that much money, I just kind of want to fly a plane real quick. Let's take a break from Orbital Rendezvous and let's do something a little bit more earthy, a little bit more grounded. Oh, never mind. I don't want to buy the Mark III cockpit. That's expensive. I did buy the Mark II equipment, so let's just play with this. Eh. I always thought this looked silly, but it is kind of a good idea. Actually, no, it's a terrible idea. What am I talking about? That's smarter. Should we develop a plane, air launch something? I guess we could air launch something. I don't know. There's no contracts that are really any good for air launch. We could upgrade the shuttle, and we will. We will do that in the future. I don't think we're going to do that right this second, though. Instead, I'm going to just build a plane. Just a regular old run-of-the-mill, nothing crazy plane. I'm going to buy the longer cargo bay. And we'll actually buy 2 of them. It's going to be mostly empty cargo bay here. Boop. Boop. Structural? No, fuel tanks. It's got to be the fuel tanks. Yep. Let's get this one. The fact that I can't rotate parts unless they're attached annoys me too. It's just another thing in this game that bugs me. Like, was that so hard? I had to do all those extra steps? No, it's not. It's not that hard. It might be time to invest in larger landing gear. Yeah, probably. It's probably time. Ha! That's way too big. Why won't you just attach? Why won't you just attach? There we go. Sorry, I got a little angry there again. My therapist says I should be working on my feng shui, but sometimes when I'm playing this game, it's just too hard. It's just too hard, you know? You know what I'm saying? I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. Swept wings? No, tiny. Need some bigger. Swept wing type A? No, still too tiny. Actually, hold on. Okay. Swept wings. Scale up once. Oh, there we go. That looks actually not total dog shite. Does that work? Maybe a little farther back, maybe like there. Where's my center of mass? It's pretty far back, actually. Oh, what about my center of lift? Where's my center of lift right now? Ooh. So center of lift needs to come back. There we go. There we go. That's a little bit more reasonable. Right? Isn't that a little bit more reasonable? Just like that. I don't know. Does that look all right? Also, is the engine going to clear it? It might not. It's a big engine. What if we top-mounted the Goliath engines? Chat, would top-mounted Goliath engines be stupid? It might be. It might be really tough. Hold on. 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 Start over. We do them like... do 'em like... Wait. Like this? It's so stupid. Is this even the right... Does this have any liquid fuel? It's got a little liquid fuel. Do we have a version that has liquid fuel, maybe? These are just rocket fuels. I need... I need to put fuel in this, or this isn't gonna work. Rocket fuel fuselage. This one's liquid fuel. Where's my Mark II liquid fuel fuselages? Mark 2.5 to Mark II. No, no, no. What are the... You wanted something that was a little bit more KSP-esque, and this is how I interpreted that. If this isn't what you meant, then I'm sorry. I apologize for my crimes against the world. You know what? When in doubt, here's what you need to do sometimes. Sometimes you just gotta put the fuel in the cargo bay if it'll let me. It may not even let me. It's like, please don't try to do that. Hold on. Okay, there's a little bit of liquid fuel in there. Let's see what happens when I click launch. This might go. It's between the set. It's Clocky Clock is stroking out because I can't see what he's talking about. Hold on. Okay, yes. You're probably right, and if this doesn't work, we'll go back and we'll look at it. It's okay. In the meantime, though, don't you want to just see if this works before we even go that far? It doesn't. Obviously, it's a terrible idea. All right. Terrible idea, clearly. I don't even know why we tried. Fly, fly, fly. Screaming fly is not going to make it fly. All right, screw it. We're not doing this contract. What's funny is this contract pays like $30,000, but to build a plane large enough to fly the Goliath engine into the atmosphere, in research unlocks alone, costs Way more. It's cheaper just to cancel it. Whatever. I don't care about any of these other contracts. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Let's go to the tracking center, and let's see where Duna is. If it's ready. Okay, it's not. But it's close. It's actually close. Ooh, actually, it's really close. Ooh, actually, we could probably send it. Okay, we're gonna send it. We're gonna send our lander to Duna. We're just gonna go for it. We're going to attempt it. So we're going to go back to the vehicle assembly building. I've still got the saved design for the lander, and I don't think I'm going to change much about it. I'm pretty happy overall with it. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to launch the lander, but instead of trying to rendezvous it with the ship, we're going to go straight to Duna. Right, so this is the lander. And I kept it pretty basic. This is also before I unlocked the twin bore. Let's go white on these. Oh, I forgot that this one... I forgot that it does that. For some reason. Ooh, that rustles my jimmies still. All right. Fuel tanks. Here's what we can do. Put a little extra baby boobop engine on there. Not you. Skiff. Give me the skiff. Skiff. There we go. Twin bore? I think so. I think that's the answer. It's twin bore time. Where is it? There it is. Okay. 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 Twin bore, upper stage. This can go ahead and happen. That, this, that can happen. So here's what we're gonna do. Coupling. How can you use a J2 analog but not the F1? Shut up. Shush. 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 It's fine. Shush. Here's how I cannot do that. So the Kerbodyne engine cluster adapter tank is really what I want, but it costs costs 36,000 just to unlock this tank. Not only that, but it costs 100,000 to buy the Kerbodyne S4. So like, oh, why would I? That's so much money. That's so much money. That's so much money. I don't want to spend that much money on it when I can get away with using the 2.5 meters and the twin bore. I like the twin bore. The twin bore is good. We're going to use the twin bore. Shut up. Shush. Shush your mouth. Because I like the twin bore. What part of I like the twin bore are you not understanding? No. Shush. Okay, I'm sorry. Which one's the F1 analog? The Mastodon? What's its ISP? 305. What's the twin bore's ISP? 300. How much does this cost though? I'll unlock it, but how much? Oh wait, no, that's the wrong one. This one. There we go. 8,000, 17,000. Thrust, 1283. Thrust. This has better thrust anyway. Bro, what are you talking about? It's fine. The Mastodon? You're saying Mastodon? You're pronouncing it wrong. Mastodon. It's pronounced Mastodon. Bobcats? Sure. We're gonna add a lot of, actually, quite a few fuel tanks to this. We're gonna make this real long. These are gonna, these boosters are gonna have a lot of fuel on them. Mostly to feed the twin bore. I need lots of fuel on this thing. Like that. All right, so let's get our staging squared away. Look, man, I'm making a big old rocket for you. All right, what more do you want from me? It's got lots of Delta V. It's a big old rocket. It's going all the way to Duna. Who cares? It's fine. Bro, it's fine. Bro, it's literally fine. Structural. Let's throw some struts. Gonna strut it up. Oh, wait. Hold on. Undo those struts. Sorry. You said I needed to go into... Is there a way to get to the settings menu from the build? No, escape key's not working. Okay, disregard. What's the minimum delta V for an STS single stage to orbit in Juno New Origins? Great question. It depends. There's no one right answer to that question. I'm sure you could do some differential equations in linear algebra and actually calculate it. I'm not going to do that for you, and I don't know off the top of my head. Rule of thumb, probably at least 5,000. 5, maybe even 5,500. 5,500. Just to get you up into orbit and have enough orbital or have enough fuel left over to do stuff once you're in orbit. I don't need to be walked through it. I just need to actually do it. And I keep... Because I can't go to the settings menu from the build menu. So I've already strutted it. It's too late. It's already happened. And we're going to put it on the launch pad. It's fine. It's fine. No, 55. You said... So you wrote 65, and I said 55. Take 1,000 off that. Take 1,000 off it. Do it before launch. No! Okay, fine. You said it was in settings, right? Right, you said it was in settings. Difficulty. Not going to change the difficulty. Gameplay. Flight. I don't see it in settings. Where is it? Okay, maybe I do need you to walk me through it. Advanced tweakables? Where's advanced tweakables? It's not in here. I don't see no advanced tweakables. Okay. I don't... Look, man, you're talking about reset nav position. This is the whole, all the way bottom. In the settings at the... So this is the very bottom right here. I'm starting to think you might be lying to me. Go slow. Okay. Okay, so here's audio. Don't care about audio. I just missed it. I see it. It didn't do anything. Do I need to reopen settings to get it to do stuff? Okay, I clicked on advanced tweakables, my guy. Now what? It's on. I'm waiting for your guidance, but you're not giving me any guidance. Oh well. Why don't you keep listing out the instructions while I get this launch on the road? Now it is added? But how do I, like, edit it or adjust it or see it? I just clicked advanced tweakables. That's not auto strut. At least I don't think it is. Alright, we're up with the Duna lander. Oops. That's fine. Ah, I see. Okay. I'm picking up. I'm starting to understand what you're saying. Okay, I understand. Got it. Well, we'll do that later, obviously. Maybe a slight problem with my ascent trajectory with this thing. Oh, never mind. There's another slight problem. Do you guys see the slight problem? It's down the bottom right hand corner of the screen in case you can't see it. There's Kerbals on this. Why are there Kerbals on my spaceship again? Ah, okay. So hold on. I just want to see this. Oh, auto strat. Okay, very cool. Thank you, Kanye. Very cool. I think my side boosters are off. This actually might be a good opportunity to play with auto strut because I'm actually pretty sure the boosters are not centered. So that should be centered. But that's definitely not centered. I guess that's centered. So, let's test out your auto strut thing and see how it is. See if it's any good. This silly little auto strut thing you've been talking to me about. Auto strut. Auto strut. But is it going to do anything? It didn't do anything. It just drew some lines. Auto strut. It's not doing anything, though. Man, I'm starting to think you lied to me again. I'm starting to think you're lying to me. If I take this out to the launch pad, will the struts automatically apply? It's working. You say it's working. Okay. All right. I believe you. I trust you. You haven't led me astray so far, except for the times that you have in the previous live streams multiple times. Repeatedly, you've led me astray. Like 3 separate occasions you led me astray. Let me just zoom in here and inspect for struts. I see no struts. I see no struts. You've lied to me, Clocky Clock. I'm on to you now. Nice try, you little communist. But I've seen through your games. It didn't do shit, dude. Look. It just goes, eh. It just went, eh. It didn't do it. It did not do anything. I'm manually putting struts back on this thing, and you can't stop me. Ooh, super unsatisfying that that's not lined up anymore. Hold on. There's other serious issues with this craft. There we go. That was gonna drive my OCD up the wall for a second. You're saying words that might be true, but I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't trust you. It's fine. It's fine. If it's double strutted, then it's double strutted. I still have to take the 4 chuckle fucks out of the thing and put it on the launch pad. Ah! Yeah. Ah! I sympathize with that sentiment. I'm trying to find a good spot to put my mic where it's kind of like out of my peripheral vision when I'm looking at the screen, but also close enough to my mouth or just my face in general. I've had it low, like the mic kind of low and below me, and I got tired of it being low, so I've adjusted it to be high and to the left off to my side. And I don't know which one I prefer. I think I'm still feeling it out a little bit. But whatever. Let's go up. Okay. Progade. That should be fine. Shouldn't be too flat. No, it looks good. Oh, I need a roll. Hold on. There we go. There they go. There go the boosters. Okay. Okie dokie. I'm good so far. So far, so good. No real complaints or issues. Go ahead and deploy that, and then I'm also going to open the service bay. We'll get the solar panels out there. Okay. That's engine out. Here's an interesting connection path. I'm radioing 2 Hermes to Kiosat 2 to the Kerbal Space Center. What a combo. So right now, I'm going to get this in orbit, but I want it to actually show up after the Hermes. Nominally. And we may do a little, maybe we do a little aero brake with this. I'm not sure. Can I upgrade the stations? Like my research lab? We could upgrade it. But for now, we're going to hold off on that. I want to instead focus on flying this bad boy. So we went off on a whole tangent yesterday. We didn't even touch this thing. But we're back. We're back. We're coming back to it. We're coming back to what we started with. Look at that. As beautiful as the day I left it. Bill's got to get out again, of course. Because it can never be easy. Whatever we're doing, it can't be easy. In this case, he has to reattach the whatchamacallits. Struts. We're just going to do 3. I don't even care. That's good enough. It just needs something to hold it a little bit for the burns. It's fine. It's fine. It doesn't matter. Don't touch the ladder again. You can't tell me what to do. You can't tell me what to do, silly. I'll touch a ladder if I want. Probably won't. Probably just don't need to, though. Not this time. Okay. Should be good enough. It's not perfect. It's not even fully symmetrical, but it should be good enough. I'm not too worried about it. We will eventually have to touch a ladder, though. Like, you kept saying don't touch ladders, but we do actually have to touch at least the ladder to get back into the pod. You understand that, right? Like, this ladder is required to be touched. Okay. So here's the deal, right? Let's get everything out of the way. Simplify all the things. Let's just look at us and Duna, which is on the opposite side. Actually, I'm dumb. Okay. All right, here's what we've done. We've actually made a simple but silly mistake, somewhat. Yes, I know I can just go up to the hatch. Whatever, it's fine. I don't care. We're there. Do we still have all our fuel? Yeah, we do. Sweet. Here's what I'm gonna do. One, I'm gonna take a quick break. Just a quick break. Gonna use the bathroom, get something to drink. We'll come back. We have a lot of time between us and a Duna orbit. So actually, we're just gonna go back to the Space Center and recalibrate. We'll do that observe asteroids contract because we'll absolutely get that by the time we come all the way around in our orbit. and then we can probably launch our Minmus Regolith miner while we wait, and then we'll finish time warping the rest of the way to our intercept. That's the plan. That's the plan. We'll see it. We'll see if it comes through. But I'm gonna take a quick step away, while everyone else sits there and watches a mute blank live stream. So just give me a couple minutes. I'll be right back. All right, we are back. We can hide that overlay. And we're ready to keep going. So, a couple of things. One, let's go do maybe the orbital, or the asteroid observation one, maybe. Otherwise, we'll just go for the Minmus refinery launch. Well, okay, that's still too far away. That's fine. We will go for the Minmus refinery launch instead. Whoop, we got a little KSP.x64 is not responding. But it's all good, it did respond. Okay, so here's the plan. We're going to send the miner up. We're going to land. We're going to try and mine some regolith. Yeah? Mine some regolith, everybody? Yeah? And then we're going to dock with the orbital station, and we're going to start making some fuel. Is the plan. So this is my new version of the Minmus miner. Similar to what we were playing around with last live stream. There's a couple of differences. One, I'm using full-size drills. Let's see what else. Fully laden, it's got about 1,300 meters per second at delta V. That should be plenty. Yeah, that's about it. I mean, that really is about it as far as what's going on here. I don't have much more to add to it. So we'll go ahead and launch this. I'm gonna do the 25 detacher. And then the payload fairing. So that's our payload fairing. This thing costs about 60K just for this. So it is an expensive lander. Try not to jack the cost up much more. Let's see what I can get out of a Poodle. Because the Poodle does have slightly higher ISP than the Skiff. Yeah. Yeah, it does. So that's more efficient. Slightly lower thrust, slightly more efficient. And then we will do the coupling here. Oh, actually, that's not going to be enough. We need the bigger tank. Yeah, we do. There we go. There we go. Okay. Now, Clocky Clock, you might be thinking, oh, it's time for the Mastodon. Nope, it's time for another Twin Bore. Gonna juke you out once again. One day we might do the Mastodon. Oh, and Green Juno has given me another 35 cents. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Your support is greatly appreciated. So thank you so much, my friend. Okay. Here's where we're going to get real spicy with it. Just throw a couple of kickbacks on this bad boy for good measure. There we go. Aerodynamics, the nose cone, yep. Alright, I'm going to trust you again, Clocky Clock, with your auto strut nonsense. I hit Autostrada on that. Clock you the Kerbal. We could do that, actually. Could use cheats to rename Kerbals based on people who are viewing the live stream. Why not? That's actually that's not a bad idea. Like, if you do a super chat, I name a Kerbal after you right away. I kind of like that idea. What do you think, Green Juno? Should I name a Kerbal after you, or just more generally, you can name one of my Kerbals? I did. I auto started the booster. If I didn't do it right, it is too late. It has already happened. It's past tense now, my friend. Right. Wait, it looks like I don't see any struts, but they are behaving as though they're strutted. So, you know, maybe it's working. It appears to work. Yep. It appears it's working, so we'll use auto strut for boosters and stuff. Yeah, you told me. I'll admit when I'm wrong. You told me. What do I have 4 solid rocket boosters, though? Okay, that's weird. It thought I like double attached rocket boosters somehow, I guess. Whatever. I remembered I don't really care. It's fine. We're going to go real low thrust here. 4 times time acceleration. Try and get up here. Without wasting fuel. Okay, we didn't waste fuel, but we are a little short. Maybe not the most efficient burn I've done. That's okay. We'll make it work. Okay, that was actually kind of a sloppy orbit. We're dipping back through the atmosphere here, and I've only... you know what? Screw it. Screw it! We'll relaunch that, because that was inefficient. That was inefficient. Let's try again. SAS on. Fix that. Fix that. This can come down here. That can go there. I'm going to pitch over more aggressively here at the beginning. On the Duna vehicle, like 2,800. Maybe a little more. A good bit. A sizable amount is on the Duna lander. Or are you talking about the big ship? The big ship has like 3,600, I think. Okay, this is going better. This is more the orbit I was targeting earlier. Try and get my time to I'm trying to get my time to apoapsis at about 60 seconds ish. Man, I'm still not able to talk. To save my life. If you had an SSTO with detachable wings, it's still a single stage to orbit. Not as, no, kinda, but no. I don't know. It depends on how much of a purist you are when you're talking about SSTOs, right? Because single stage to orbit means there's different ways to interpret that. So you could interpret that there's no staging events, meaning the rocket goes up, nothing is detached at all, and all the hardware that went up comes back down at the end and is recovered completely. Or you could use drop tanks, some kind of expendable fuel tank. The issue with dropping your wings is if you're going to detach your wings, then what are you using for aerodynamics once you re-enter the atmosphere, right? Now, I guess you could land vertically, but I don't know. It just seems like an interesting design choice, you know? It would be an interesting choice to go without wings. What do you mean there's no comms? Do I have no radio antenna on this? I could have sworn I put an antenna on this. I didn't. Okay. I did not. I did not put an antenna on it. Oof. Alright. Let's throw an antenna on it. Maybe we ditch the solid rocket boosters. Yeah, I think it's about 1,200 just for the burn, plus a little bit in the adjustment, if I remember correctly. There's our antenna. Alright, we got an antenna. Let's also... Okay, we used the solid rocket boosters. That wasn't really doing the trick for us. So instead, we'll use... liquid detachable booster subassembly, the pre-designed one. Auto strut, auto strut, auto strut. Launch. Yeah, so we'll definitely have enough for the big ship to go to Duna and back. If there's any concerns about running low on fuel on the return trip, it is always possible for me to launch a refueling tug to top off its Delta V. It's always an option. We have the refinery fuel tank actually would work as a refueling tug. I just need to why is this all jacked up? There we go. All I would need to do is probably add some more boosters to the side of it to get it to work. or add boosters to the side of it, because the refinery fuel tank rocket launcher that we designed is just basically this core with nothing else on the side. We could try doing an Ike assist. It just depends on if Ike's going to be there when we need it. If it's not, we can also do a aero brake. Like a high upper atmosphere aero brake would work. Okay, there we go. It's looking good so far. This time, for real. What the heck? Alright, hold on. No, we can absolutely aero brake with that rocket. You just gotta be very, very gentle with it. Very gentle with it. You just skim the atmosphere. You just skim it. Just skim it. You just kiss it. Very softly. The rover? No, we already have a rover. Like, we built a rover. There's already a rover inbound to Duna. So, no sense in bringing extra. At least in my opinion. You know. Okay, do I need any more? This thing, I understand this thing is heavy, but these tanks are empty. It should be fine. Sample return? Like, for the Duna mission, it'll be when we do that Duna mission, we will return samples with it. That's part of the mission. Okay. Maybe that's enough boosters. Yeah, so we'll take samples on the surface, bring it up to the ship, and then when the ship returns to Kerbal, that'll be the return of the samples. We'll probably take multiple surface samples. That way we can, and we'll like transmit some, keep some. The Duna Stone and the Duna Ejecta we have to bring back to Kerbal to complete the contract. You gotta explore the Dres Canyon. There's look. There's a lot still on the tech tree that we gotta get to. And there's a lot we haven't explored in the Kerbal system. We'll get to it, don't worry. I got my work cut out for me, that's for sure. Okay, maybe this will do it. Draw the boosters. Okay, yeah, this looks better. Just nice and gentle now. Nice and gentle. Go ahead and drop that fairing. Shed the weight. Now that we're way up in the upper atmosphere, we don't need the extra protection. And we're much closer. Much, much, much closer to orbit. Okay. The Moho hole. You want me to play Moho golf? Look, maybe I'm not the most experienced KSP player, but I do know about the Moho hole. Okay. We got 1153 meters per second on this stage, 2600 on the lander itself. We got comms. We're in orbit. I'm activating the solar panels so we'll have power. We should be good to go. Gucci. All right. Minmus. It's time. You need to jump in and survive. Well, hold on. Let's hold your horses. We'll get there. Let's focus on getting there. We can think about playing Moho golf at the end. Okay. Oop, too far. There we go. What? Thanks, Flabbit. Somehow we got off target there. Somehow, I'm not sure how. Anyway, here comes Minmus. And that is the upper stage spent. From this point, we're just going to use the lander's engines to get the rest of the way in. Got plenty of fuel, so I'm not too worried about any of that. We'll get down nice and low. We're gonna get a nice, low, tight orbit. I understand that we're actually pretty polar compared to the refinery, but that's fine. We just need to land near the equator, and then we can take off and get back into that orbit. So again, not really worried about that. No, this is fine. This is low enough. Because before we actually go for the landing, we need to pick a landing zone. And to pick a landing zone, we need to know where the regolith is. And to do that, we're going to use MinSurfSat. So we're going to switch to this satellite real quick. This satellite is going to allow us to select an overlay for the regolith on Minmus. We're going to find out where the regolith is the most abundant. Toggle the overlay. Toggle overlay. There we go. Resource. Regolith. Let's bring that cutoff way up. Where is the regolith the most abundant? At the poles, huh? Oh, no, here we go. Here's a good spot. So the Greater Flats has a great spot for it. So we want to come down right there. Got it. Okay. So we got our target. Yeah, but not just any flats. All the other flats had nothing. It's the greater flats specifically. The lesser flats didn't have any regolith. It's good to know. It's good to know. It's a specific area. It's not random. Right? It's right there. Or we come down on the poles. The poles definitely have some. But in order to affect this, we need to zoom in here. There we go. Oh man, the overlay went away. Oh well. Do we want to do this in day or in night? I think day. So let's wait for it to come around. Here we go. We're going to try and put it down right in the middle. Yeah, about there. It's not quite sun synchronous, but it's just very high. It's not actually a sun. It's not a proper sun synchronous orbit. Okay. So let's get this down, shall we? I'm gonna wait till about 1,000 meters up, and then we'll start our burn. What altitude should you use with the jet engines? Look, man, I'm not going to give you all of the answers. Part of the fun is figuring that out for yourself. What I would recommend is experiment a little bit with it and see if you can't optimize and find a solution. Okay. That just about arrested our descent. And we'll just kind of fall the rest of the way. Till the very bottom. Boop. Okay, we're down. Let's go ahead and deploy the drills and see what we can get. Toggle mining interface. Regolith, regolith, regolith. I don't see any regolith. How about this? So we can change all of our fuel tanks to be regolith fuel tanks. Now let's just activate the drill. Disable this one. We're burning through electric charge a lot faster than I thought we would. There we go. Hmm. Why am I not getting any regolith? I came here for regolith. That's why I'm down here. And so far, I see no regolith. Hmm. Let's switch back to our orbital refinery. For a second. So there are other... But why it no work, though? Why no it work? Why? We got this beautiful station up here. It looks kind of like one of those anti-tank embrasures. Hold on. MinServ set again. Switch back to the survey set. Why it no do thing? Why thing no do it? Mystery. Regolith. Yep. That's what we're after. It would appear that I'm in the middle of the regolith. Aside from the poles, that's like where it is. Borate, alumina, dirt, gypsum, hydrates. There's some hydrates. Man, but why it no do thing I want? Why it no do the thing I want? Switch back to the miner. It should be filling up my tanks with regolith. There's no reason for it not to be filling up the tanks with regolith. I'm in the right place with the right equipment, the right amount of power, the right fuel tanks. Right setting. Well, I don't know what's happening right now because it should just work. I should just activate this drill and then it should put regolith in the ship. But there's no actual regolith on this list. 100% effectiveness, 100% of power requirements are being met. Oh, hold on 1 second. 1 second. I'm gonna pause for just a second. I'll be right back. Nope. Nope, that didn't work. Oof. Man. Oof. I'm trying to figure out. Hold on. Maybe we can do a little research. Hmm. Hmm. No. Man, I don't know what's the issue here. This whole refinery operated on the premise of taking regolith and breaking it down into liquid hydrogen. And I got there's theoretically there's regolith. I guess I could also do hydrate breakdown, but I don't know what the tank setup requirements are for that. We could try that real quick. Do we want to try that? Because it's just not, it's giving me nothing. And I've got everything set up correctly. 0 regolith. Let's try hydrates. And see if that does anything different. Okay. That'll get us right there into that nice dark patch. Over the mountain, and then we can try coming down for a landing over here. We're not going to have any sunlight, but we can at least probe the ground and see if there's anything down there. Okay, coming down nice and steady. At about 1,000 meters, we'll kick the engines on full blast. There we go. Pop it down, and we're good. Okay, let's deploy the drill and see if we can at least get something out of this, right? Hydrates, carbonite, nitrogen, dirt, gypsum. Let's try hydrates. Let's see what hydrates gives us. Oh, that's fun. I can't even put hydrates on here. Okay. Oop, wrong button, wrong button. We're flying again. Whoopsies. Oopsie poopsies, we're flying again. Hold on. Okay. Shoot, man. I don't know. All right. I don't know. I apparently can't bring hydrates on. I can bring ore, aluminum, boron, monazite, minerals, regolith. But I can't mine regolith. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go back to the Space Center. Something about this isn't adding up. And I'm going to do some thinking, some research, and see what the issue is with that. In the meantime, I think we just time accelerate for the Duna mission, right? I think it's just time we send it on its way. So let's just do it. Screw everything else. Let's just do the Duna mission and get that going, at least. We may not send the lander down to the surface today or during this stream, but at the very least we'll get into orbit and have the lander rendezvous and do all that. Okay. So, let's zoom way out. Also, we're going to wait until we get to this burn here, because the KSP Overwatch is definitely going to reach the burn target before anything else does. So we'll get to this burn in, what, 20 days? Yeah, 20 days. We're going to fly this real quick. Did I bring scientists? Yes, I have 2 scientists, 2 engineers, and a pilot. 5 Kerbals on the mission. So we can do everything. We can do all the science, all the things you want to do. We can do it. We will do it. We'll get everything we can out of it. 100%. All right, KSP Overwatch is over here. Let's go prograde. We got to do this orbital adjustment for the contract. This is for money. Money is important. That's good enough, apparently. One, two. And as we go around, getting money, more money. Money. I like money. 9, 10. We're directly across from Duna now. 12, 13. Boom. So we're almost up to 500,000 again. Yeah. What you just said, Clocky Clock, I think that's going to be about the target. We'll attempt a Ike gravity assist / flyby. And we will do high and low Duna orbit surveys, EVAs, all that jazz. We'll do all that. That's the plan. Before we're getting close, we're a month or 2 out from actually going for the launch. But before we do that, let's go back to the Space Center. We've let some time pass. Let's see if there's any new contracts for Duna that we can take. Green Juno says Mach 1. Mach 1 what? Spacecraft, once you're in space, Mach isn't even a thing anymore, right? Because Mach is your speed relative to the speed of sound in the fluid you are currently traveling in. That's all it is. Extract ore from Gilly and deliver it to Eve. Ha. Map 10 asteroids. Sure. I'm gonna just try to keep at least one asteroid mapping contract available. Science data from space around Ike. There we go. There we go. All right. A science data from Ike. Let's go. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. We'll get that. 100% we'll get that one. Yeah, some contracts I just ignore. Case in point. Let's fly KSP Overwatch again. We need to get to a low orbit this time. Why do they keep making me change my orbit? Why can't I just have it there and just call it good? Just call it good, dude. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, did the contract decide it was happy with that orbit, actually? I bet it did. It did! Alright, so 10 asteroids. Sure, we'll do 10 asteroids while we time warp. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. Brings us up to 700,000. And we're about 90 degrees. Okay, we're getting close. We're getting close. I think that's close enough right there. Let's switch to our ship. Now, here's the question. Do we send the lander first, or do we send the ship first? I'm not sure. Okay, I saw a meme where people were laughing at the number 67 recently, like yesterday. I missed something there in the meme culture. What's 67? Okay. While you answer my question, I'm going to go ahead and have Bill get out again. Bill's going to do his favorite thing. That's right. Apply struts. Or reapply struts. Really reapply. Because we've already applied these struts before. Okay. Okay, Bill. Good job. Good work. Time to get back in your pod. And we're going to go for this burn now. It's finally time. It's been a long time coming for this mission. But we're actually going to do it for real this time. Struts are attached. Fuel tanks are anchored properly. Let's do it. So I'm going to start with a planned burn. And then I'm probably just going to ignore that planned burn, because the problem with this rocket is the amount of thrust it produces is so low. So low. That, honestly, the planned burn is more just a reference than anything else. Okay. Oop, that's close. That's close. Hold on. Do I have a moon intercept? I do. Okay. That's still going to be good enough, actually. And this burn is going to take 13 minutes and 1,286 meters per second. We have 4,348 on the ship. So we should be fine. Is this going to light? There we go. All right. The KSP Hermes is on its way. We're flying. Too late. Whatever it was, couldn't have been that important. Okay, we're going to stop the burn there. Come around the inside racetrack. Light the engine a second time. Kill the engine. I killed the engine. There we go. We're at 10x times acceleration. This one's going to be the one that kicks us out. We're going to hold this for a while. And there we go. We are outbound from Kerbal. Crew on board. Yeah, it's gonna take multiple. I think 3 was like on the low end of what would, or the high end. We maybe could have done it in 2, but I figured why not just go for the 3rd, just to be safe. We've got 3,000 meters per second of delta V left in the stage theoretically. This should work. I'm keeping an eye on just the raw liquid hydrogen numbers. We're at 120,000 out of 188,000 so far. We shouldn't need to do any plane changes. It looks like we're actually really close in that regard, which is good. About 2,800 meters per second of delta V left. And we have a CPA. I'm going to go ahead and shut the engine down here. And see if we can do a... Well, hold on. Let's do a maneuver in 3 days, just outside of Kerbal's sphere of influence. About another 214. But realistically, we should be able to achieve at least some of that just by burning here. Almost. We haven't done it yet. Let's not celebrate yet. We still have to finish it. It's certainly doable. It's certainly like, there's no reason we can't do it. No, it's fine. Hold on. We're just doing it manually. I don't trust the maneuver nodes with this rocket because the maneuver node, I think, is expecting it more instantaneous, and I just want to do this manually so I can watch it come in a little bit more carefully. Okay, so that's that right there. Doing a periapsis. We have a Duna encounter. We did it. We did the first part, at least. There's still a little bit of work to do. For starters, we should probably... We'll put a little bit of a gap between sending this and sending the rover. So we'll let this get out there, because that gives it a 3-day lead. Which I think is important here. Where is our lander? Hold on. Where is it? There it is. Duna lander. We're going to switch to the Duna lander. So, the ship is outbound to Duna successfully. Excellent. That's great. We're going to send the lander now. This will be a simpler single burn, far less tricky. I'm not too worried about it. We're just gonna grip it and rip it, basically. So, this has 1976 meters per second of delta V. It's probably fine. We may have to aero brake this a little bit on the return, or when we get there. It's gonna need at least this much. Probably more. Oh, there it is. Oh. Ah. Ah. Less sensitive. Ah. Less sensitive. Ah. Aha! I found it. Let's try and hone in this intercept here. Too far. There we go. There we go. All right. This is a 2-minute, 27-second burn, far more standard. It's going to use 1344 meters per second at delta V. That'll leave us with 600 on the encounter. We'll probably have to aero brake to get the capture. That should be okay. Really should be something we can do. Let's get right on that maneuver node. Right there. Oddly enough, the maneuver is just to point... It's just a point at Duna, is the maneuver. Okay, engine full. A little bit more to go. 300 meters per second left. Okay, I'm going to throttle down for a little bit more precision as we close out this burn. Just the last little bit of fuel. Last little bit right here. What do you mean I've lost connection? There we go. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. I panicked for a second there, but we are fine. Okay, that's the burn. We're just a little bit off. Let's time warp out. Okay, let's just do a little planned burn to correct this. This tiny little discrepancy. It's not even a big deal. Looks like we're going just a smidge too fast. Four, three, two, one. Ooh, right there. Okay. Well, there's your problem. We were 9.2 meters per second off. That's acceptable. And it's just retrograde too, so whatever. Who even cares, really? Warp to the burn. Don't mind the glitching lines. Wait, that was weird. Why did it do that? Where's my encounter? Where's my encounter, game? You promised me an encounter. And gosh darn it if I'm not going to collect. We're going to use RCS to fine-tune this. Are we getting a Kerbal encounter? That's sticky keys. Why am I getting a Kerbal encounter? Am I gonna re-hit Kerbal on the outward trip here? I hit the moon? Hold on, hang out. Hang out for just a second. Maybe we need to fly for a little bit. Okay, so I have limited probe control, but I have some autonomous probe control because I have a sufficiently advanced probe. So... the game is registering a Kerbal encounter for some fucking reason. I actually don't understand what's going on here. Like, the game's like, you're gonna come back to Kerbal, so I'm just gonna show you the Kerbal encounter. I don't want to see the Kerbal encounter. Man, whatever. Okay, hold on. We'll figure that out. Yeah, I understand when I come all the way back around, I would hit Kerbin if I didn't hit Duna, but I was already hitting Duna, and now the game's like, you're not going to hit Duna. It's like, ah. But I was hitting Duna. You said I would hit Duna, and then I went to the place you said I would need to go to hit Duna, and now you're like, you're not going to hit Duna, you're going to hit Kerbin. The game crashed. All right, stand by for troubleshooting screen as I reboot the game. All right, we are almost there. Game's almost finished booting up. Just almost past the loading screen. She is slow on the turnaround here, slow on the uptake, but she should get there soon. And then we can finish this mission, or at least finish getting to Duna. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Ah! There we go. It's not just you who is seeing black. This game, for as old as it is, just refuses to run smoothly. Refuses. Will not run smoothly. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how good my computer is. Doesn't matter. None of it matters. It won't run smoothly. You can't make it run smoothly. It's not my PC. I don't have like the best PC in the world. I'm not gonna try and claim that, of course, but I certainly have a PC that is more than capable of running this game. More than capable of running this game, but it just doesn't want to. Have you tried running it on an old laptop while running open broadcast software and live streaming? I don't think so. Yeah, it's one thing to just play a game, but remember, I'm playing and broadcasting this, which does eat up a considerable amount of my computer's performance to render and then upload or uplink it. Okay, we are going to make an adjustment with our orbit here. Can you just please show me the thing I want to see? Please? There we go. Alright, there we go. There we go. So I need to burn down quite a bit. Alright, I'm going to switch targets to Ike. Oh, there's our Ike encounter. There's our Ike encounter, baby. Alright. Let's go to the maneuver node. Are all my struts gone again? Of course. Of course they are. Let's see if we can do this without struts. Maybe we can do this without. Maybe I can turn on auto strut after the fact. No, probably not. Oh yeah, that's great game. You can just go ahead and tumble it. It's fine. I didn't need that, you know, setup or anything. So let's see how efficient this nuclear rocket is at low, very low thrust burns. Or very, like, you know, not low thrust burns, but, you know, very small orbital corrections. Is it going to be adequate? Where are the struts? I don't know why the game keeps being like, you can't have struts. It deletes my struts. I'm telling you. It keeps deleting them. It looks like we do have not an encounter. So that's cool. It decided it didn't want to give me the encounter anyway. There we go. All right. That's good. That's good. That is our Ike encounter. Right? That's the Ike encounter. The capture will be hard, yes, but we do have fuel for it. At least a little bit. Here's one thing I am going to do. We're going to stop. Bill has to do routine maintenance on the ship in the form of he has to go and get the things attached again. He loves it. It's his favorite part of the job. You just got to ask him. He'll tell you. It's his favorite. His favorite part is to get out and reattach the same struts that he's been reattaching this whole time. Yeah, probably not as many as I did last weekend, but I do intend to do some streams this weekend. And I will, I'll probably make a post on YouTube what the plan is. Okay, that's one half the struts done. Let's go do the other portion. Okay, strutted. Oh, excellent. Excellent. I will look forward to having you there. But in the meantime, let's drift on back to our wonderful habitat. It's not giving me an option to board, so we're just going to grab the ladder first. All right, so we are in a sun orbit, and I can take a crew report. We're going to send that to the lab. I can review stored data. Send that to the lab. What's that? What else? What else? We got other stuff. Press mat. Log pressure data. Send that to the lab. SAS prograde. Log gravity data. Send that to the lab. We're sending it all to the lab, in case you were wondering. Let's also flip this bad boy around. Activate magnetometer. Log magnetospheric data. Send that to the lab. How's our lab doing? It's doing 1.7 science per day. Well, we can bump those numbers up, can't we? Log temperature. Send that to the lab. Mystery goo? Observed it. Send it to the lab. Where's that report? Review store data. There it is. Sure. Okay, so we're getting 2.27 science per day. It's not terrible. Let's go ahead and line up our solar panels a little better. Ooh, run magnetometer report. Forgot about this one. Send that to the lab. 340. That brings us up to 3.3 science per day. So the more advanced mobile processing lab, the IXS Mobile Science Laboratory, basically halves the speed, but doubles the value of research you put in it. And it also can store up to 2,000 data instead of 750. So we've got lots of data storage on that. But yeah, pretty good. We can have... Where's Jeb? Jeb wants to get out. There he is. Jeb, our fearless pilot, he would like to take a flight. Maybe. We can also look inside the ship. So our ship is pretty roomy, actually. Matt Dorf and Bill sitting in the crew module here. And Jebediah with his somewhat obstructed view. We do have the hatch right there, but he can see out and around it. It gives him an idea of where we're going. So he is piloting. Alright, Jebediah, you can get out and stretch your legs a little bit. Keep it. Board. Transmit. There we go. So we've gotten a little bit of science from this mission already. But anyway, now it's time to continue the work. Let's try... I'm going to switch back to the Duna lander, and I understand... I realize I will probably have to redo the struts for this. But... let's try this one more time. I really do think we can get the Duna encounter back. We just need to... I think we just needed to get farther away from Kerbal to where that glitch went away. There we go. There we go. Alright. Focus view. See, look. Now we have our guy coming around. Now that'll be good enough. We can fly it the rest of the way from there. Let's switch back to our nuclear rocket section, which I'm positive the struts are all gone. And that'll be great. That'll just be great. It'll be exactly what I was hoping to see. Okay. Let's warp some more. Let's warp some more, baby. Here we go. All right, Clocky Clock. Sayonara. I will say the streams on the weekend will probably start earlier than the ones that I've been doing this week because I don't have to go to work because it's the weekend. So you should certainly be able to tune in for most of it. I look forward to seeing you then, my friend. Take care. For everyone else who's still watching, we are coming in on Duna. Our massive ship, the KSP Hermes, is strutless once more. And Duna should be somewhere over here. Should basically be passing in front of us. Let's see if we can see it. Maybe not. Okay. So here's the deal. We are going to do a Ike flyby. I'm going to add a maneuver here, and then I'm going to... Oh, too far. Sun, Moho, Eve, Gilly, Kerbin, Moon, Minmus, Duna, Ike. There we go. I want to zoom in here, and I want to see what our orbit effect is. Well, that's not a trajectory that is going to lend itself to successful long-term mission planning. I'm just going to go ahead and go out on a limb and say that's not where we want to go. We want to just skim by Ike here. .38 is probably as low as I can handle. Let's point at our maneuver node. 8.9 meter per second burn. SAS off. Good enough. Okay. So we are in Duna's sphere of influence, which means we can take the magnetometer. That'll yield us quite a bit. We can also log magnetospheric data. We'll transmit. We'll log it again. We'll send it to the lab. We'll do a little double dip there. Log gravity data. Transmit. Log it. Process it in the lab. Temperature data. Process that in the lab. Pressure data. Process that in the lab. Here's the real good ones. The crew report. Transmit. Do it again. Lab. Bill has got to do more strut work. Once again, strut work for Bill. It's his favorite job. He loves it. Okay. I'm just going to do 2 for the sake of not caring anymore. We'll do 3. Never mind. I lied about how much I cared. I care a little bit. I don't care enough to try and make them symmetrical, but I care enough to at least put a 3rd down. I feel like that's reasonable. There we go. All right, Bill, back to your pod. Back to your pod, Bill. Get up there. Dodge the solar panels. Nope, Bill. Nope. Slow down, Bill. Slow down. All right, Bill's back on board, and he didn't do an EVA report either. That's cool. Let's have Hayden get out. Because while she's out here, we can reset the mystery goo. Which is, there it is. Restore. Observe. And restore it again. And she can board. Level up everyone's crew experience again while we're here. Oh, wait. Jebediah wants a turnout. Let's do an EVA report with Jebediah. EVA report. Keep. Store experiments. Switch over here. Let's review that. Process the first one in the lab, and then let's take another EVA report. This one we'll keep and transmit. Boom. Okay, the ship's drifting, but I've got struts, so I should be able to control it. And can I see Duna at this point? There it is. There's Duna. Way, way over there. There's Duna. And there's the KSP Duna Voyager and its long orbit. And here comes Ike. We are about to encounter. Boom. All right, we're in our Ike encounter now. Let's do a crew report. Transmit that one. Crew report. Send that one to the lab. How's the lab doing on data space? 570 out of 2,000. Plenty. Plenty of space. Log it. Process it. Log it. Transmit it. Run the magnetometer report. This one just goes straight to the lab. Gravity data, absolutely. Transmit it. And then we'll also do lab processing. We're gonna do 2 of each for these, basically. Log temperature. We've already done the temperature scans up here. Log pressure, we've already done the pressure scans up here. So we can't transmit those a second time. We will have... I guess we could have Bob, EVA. In space, Hyoper Ike. He has not had a lot of opportunities to do field work, so he's excited. Let's have him observe the mystery goo out here. Keep that. Collect data, restore, store. Another EVA report. We'll keep that one as well. And then have him get back in. This EVA report will transmit. This one we will process in the lab. That one will transmit. We can observe the mystery goo a second time. Yeah, we'll transmit it. No, actually, we'll save it. It's only 12. I don't care. It's only 12, and we're at 289 plus what's in the lab. And as we get lower here, as we get real low here, we're going to get a close pass by. Now, I want to see something. If we do a retrograde burn here... No, that's not where we want a retrograde burn. I think we're just going to burn here. Let's actually plan this out real quick while we're here. 1,000? Okay. We can work with that. We'll set that there. We can adjust that a little bit if we want, but let's do, as we come closer, are we in near space? Yes. Crew report, transmit, save, observe, lab, log, transmit, log, lab, log, reset, log, lab, run magnetometer report. Up to 427 science now. Process. Where's our lab at on data storage? 1,700. So we're actually getting low here. But that's okay. It's actually fine. I'm not too worried about that. What I am worried about is our capture. So we need a 9-minute burn past Duna. Theoretically. I think we're going to start that a little early and let it run for a little long to try and get captured. And I'm in a nice prograde orbit. I'm going to get relatively high ups and just kind of stable here before we try to do any maneuvers. And the reason I want to do that is I want to, if I need to, be in a relatively easy to get to orbit. We may try to get a little lower down, but overall the goal is to be in a easy to access orbit for emergency refueling if necessary. The science lab is now doing 32 science a day and has 1,200 science set up, which is awesome. So we'll go ahead and transmit that while we've got sunlight on our solar panels. We should be able to do this without boiling off. It's going to be close. Ah, aborting transmission. Okay, so we were not. Well, one thing we can do to help improve that Okay, so that's maximum efficiency on the solar panels now. Let's let the solar panels fully charge before we reattempt. So we're at full charge now. We weren't at full charge when we tried this earlier. Let's stop that. Transmit science. 5, 6, 7. All right, I don't think I want a time warp. We'll do physics-enabled time warp. There we go. There we go. Okay, we should be fine now. Yeah, we'll definitely get this transmission off. So, something to think of is I can't transmit a full load of science without losing electric charge and boiling off stuff. I don't have quite the energy storage for that. For as much data or as much energy as this data transmission requires. But that's okay. We'll just need to monitor it a little bit more meticulously. We did get 1,200 science in that transmission alone, which brings our total science up to 1,600, which alone, like that transmission basically justifies everything we just did, or nearly. The extra science we're going to get when we get down to low Duna orbit will also help a ton. And then we'll sit in Duna orbit for a while and start processing everything we went through there. All right, 8 minutes, 7, 6, 5. Lock on the maneuver node. Nuclear rocket at full thrust. And we'll start burning. Okay, looking good so far. I'm going to go ahead and physics time warp. We'll go up to 10. Maybe not. Maybe we'll do... There we go. We got 2,400 meters per second of delta V still on our fuel tanks, which is good. Looks like we will be able to make this just fine. We are coming up on periapsis in 1 minute and 50 seconds. 6 minutes left in the burn. 750 meters per second left on the burn. Our radiator fins are starting to get hot. Running the reactor does start to bring that heat up, but that's okay. It is supposed to. And if you look at our waste heat levels, like our actual waste heat levels really aren't too bad. The one concern is that as we run the reactor and it gets hot, the efficiency does drop off quite a bit. Steady state about 1050, a little less, 1,000. As it gets hotter, it's going to sit around 1,000, maybe 900. Still very efficient, but we do lose a lot of that ISP there. So our meters per second delta V is dropping faster than our fuel is actually dropping just because the engine is getting warmer. That's okay. Again, that's fine. That's expected. This engine is still, even at this lower efficiency, higher heat, still 3 times as efficient as our best engine. Okay, we are captured. I'm going to stop the burn here. And let let us drift for a little bit. We're going to come up to Apoapsis, and we're going to lower our orbit. I don't think we are in low Duna orbit. Not even close. We'll check, but I think we need to be much higher. Or not much higher, much lower. Yeah, not quite. That's okay. So let's come up to here. Waste heat is bleeding off, which is good. Let's get this down to like 200 flat. Maybe a little lower. Yeah, that should be good enough. Obviously, we're gonna get an encounter with Ike here, so I can't just. Oh, hold on. Engine was still going for a second. Heyo, too low. Let's go radial out to correct that. We got 1681 meters per second delta V. Okay, and start our fall back down to Duna. All right, we are now definitely in low Duna orbit. Let's go ahead and run a magnetometer report. Hold on to that. Log magnetospheric data. Transmit that one. How much data do we have? We have 1,700 out of 2,000. Okay. We process that one in the lab. We do have the experiment storage unit over here, which I brought for a reason. Log gravity data. Transmit. Log gravity data. Keep. Log temperature. Keep. Log pressure. Keep. Crew report. Transmit. Crew report. Keep. We'll have Bill do an EVA real quick. EVA report. Keep. Store. EVA report again. Keep. Board. And then we'll transmit this one. All right, we're about at periapsis here. Let's throttle up the engine one more time. And just get out of that Ike encounter. Bring our apoapsis down below Ike so we don't have to deal with that. And we'll be good from there. Alright, that should be low enough. And that's kind of it as far as the flight. Go ahead and resume research. Up to 92, 100 science. Just processing all the stuff that's in the lab is going to take a long time. But it's going to yield pretty big benefits. I'm going to rotate us so that our solar panels are better aligned. It's always a good idea. Try and keep the solar panels in line with the sun. There we go. Let's come over here. Shut down the engine. Radiator cooling. Let's also deactivate the generator. Try and just let this cool off while it sits here. We've got another 416 science. We can transmit that. Your science production is a function of how much data you have stored in the lab. So we have a lot of data stored in the lab right now. Because of that, we are able to get a lot of science produced per day. If we had less, it'll start to go down. Let's process that one in the lab. Let's collect all. Transmit. And process that one in the lab. That one's not worth anything right now. Also not worth anything right now. I think that's about it. We're a little too high up to do any other research. As we get back down into a low Duna orbit, we'll try another pass using EVA reports and the gravity sensor. Nope, already whipped past it. Never mind. Here we go. Nice low pass. Here we go. Okay. Transmit. Keep. Collect all. Let's have Bill go EVA. EVA report. Keep. Store. Another EVA report. Same thing. Same thing. So we're still over the same biome. Over the Midland Sea. See if there's any other biomes we're going to pass as we come over it. Is it all just Midland Sea? I guess this is the Midland Sea right here. Probably. Well, let's go ahead and bring Bill in. If this is Midland Sea, then this should be a different biome, which means we should be able to get different data. Yay! Okay, so that's lowlands. Bill, you want to do a report? Already done the CVA report. Okay. How much data stored? We have 1882. We have 1987. So I have 13 more. Keep. Okay. So the lab is full on data. So it's just a matter now of processing it all, which just takes time. Time's something we have plenty of. $500 science. get like a good 800 going here. There we go. All right, 800 science. Let's transmit it. And away we go with the science. So that brings us up to a whopping 3,200 with a lot more in progress. We're going to go back to the Space Center now. And let's see what we can unlock with 3,200 science. That's a ton. That is a ton of science. I'm pretty sure that's enough to get some fancy rockets. So we need metamaterials to move farther down the propulsion tree. I would also like to get better heat management. Because I think that's going to be important. I've learned that that is important. I think these graphene radiators are going to be good, and we'll probably pause there on heat. There's some more, and they get a little crazy, and eventually we're going to need them, but not right now. Let's go back to high efficiency nuclear propulsion, improved nuclear power. I like the idea of fusion rockets, but that's where we start needing really exotic stuff. The liquid core reactor engine would be awesome. $1527 in vacuum. This one's about $840 in vacuum. So this is about double the efficiency. Slightly more power, I think. Yeah, a little bit more power, which is cool. The open cycle would also be cool. And then the Timberwind rotating fluidized bed reactor. So this is a little less efficient. This is closer in efficiency to the one we currently have on board, but it has a lot more thrust. It uses a lot more propellant, though. So that's something else to consider. Let's see what else we got. So that would be cool. These would also be cool for our refinery if our refinery worked. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to want to work, which is a bummer. Are there any like really cool stuff down here we could get? So we have 1,800 more. You can get the fuel cell array, phased array transceivers, thermal power generators, phased array transceiver again, circular rectenna receiver, deployable phased array receivers. I've not messed around it much with those. I guess there's also experimental aerodynamics, which gives us some wing parts and some Mark III parts. Nothing really that I want. Would be good when we go for the shuttle, but I think I'll wait. We do have enough tech we could push to get aerospace tech, and then that gives us the Rapier engine, which makes single stage to orbit shuttles really more reasonable to achieve. We could also get orbital assembly. Which is kind of sick. Advanced actuators, universal mining auger. Interesting. I don't know, man. There's so much cool stuff. Diamagnetic antimatter container. Okay. Antiproton Bose-Einstein condensate. Electrostatic particle trap. So this is where we start getting antimatter, is up here. Hold on. Damascus Interstellar Nuclear Saltwater Reactor. E something? Thrust 5,000 kilonewtons, which is a ton. How big is this thing? Costs 1.3 million, which tracks. Honestly, yeah, I get that. All-in-one. Man, maybe we need the all-in-one refinery. Nano lasing. There's so much cool stuff. We're in the cool phase now, guys. We got enough science that we can start doing cool stuff. I think we go high efficiency nuclear propulsion. And then maybe we do... If deployed in a stable orbit at 550 AU, it can be used using Kerbal as a gravitational lens to directly image nearby extrakerbular planets. Long-term science tech. The only issue, the only thing that I have not figured out at this point is how to process regolith. If I could get that, then my refinery wouldn't be a total waste. Antimatter production, atmospheric particle scoops. Dang, everything up here is cool. Hex module, ISRU processor, electrolyzer, converter, and refrigerator. This would be sick. Because then I could pack down all the stuff for a resource utilization system in a single hex module. Inline inflatable. When this says it's inflatable, does that mean it starts small and gets big? Or is it the same height and then like the inside bag expands out to the outside frame? I don't know. Golly, I don't know. Exotic alloys. There's also, where was this? Specialized? No. This one. Well, I don't... Let's do experimental science. Because that'll probably be worth it. We have the opportunity to get a lot more science. That lab in orbit of Duna is going to keep giving us science. So I don't need to worry about that, right? What we can do, let's do science data from Duna, and more asteroid mapping for money. Because those are easy. We can do asteroid mapping, and we can have our probe transmit some science off the surface for some easy, quick money. And it looks like Duna Pioneer is in line of sight for some immediate control, which is convenient. Oh, never mind. We're not actually immediately in control. Bummer. There we go. We do have a signal now. Actually, our ship overhead is providing us a signal. Let's drive our rover for a little bit, shall we? We can easily do that for some quick cash. Yep. Let's send our rover on a little walk here. The sky is very pretty. That's a nice shade of blue right there. I like that. I like that color combination. And the dim twilight. I just need to be a little careful about electric charge, but I'm not too worried about it. The 1120 electric charge that this thing has for the amount that the wheels actually need, and if I just turn these off, it consumes very little electricity in motion. Looks like we have mostly cooperative terrain. We're going to get up this hill, and then it'll be downhill for a little bit. Beautiful. Okay. Yeah, ground here on Duna, at least in this biome, was pretty flat, pretty reasonable. So, this guy's having no problem getting over the terrain. We'll take it a little bit further, and then we'll bring it to a stop. And then that'll be it. We'll call it good from there. Maybe just up this little ridge. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Rover down, baby! Rover down! Mayday! Mayday! Oh no, Rover! Hold on. Hold on. I have a... There it is. Can I access it? No, looks like it's stuck. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. However, we already got most of the science we wanted from that rover. Short of like driving it to an entirely different biome, which is kind of what I was trying to do, but still, it had a good long life. I'm not devastated by that. I'm a little sad about that, but I'm not devastated about that, you know? I guess we can accept this contract real quick, because that's easy. It's not a lot of money, but it's easy. And every penny helps. Every penny helps here. Okay. Let's do something real basic. Octo, what's the 1.5? What was the contract? Test 1.5 decoupler. Alright. Easy. It's an easy test right there. Barely an inconvenience. Just need to hit spacebar. It doesn't pay out a lot, again, but like total 4,000. Yeah, that recovers it. And we're done. Just some hardware testing on the launch pad. Actually, very, very common thing for aerospace company to be doing, you know. It's actually the most normal thing you could do is test your detachment hardware, your explosive bolts. We got 2,000 back for it. Made a little money. I don't like any of these contracts. These are stupid contracts. Class E? Holy cow. Class E is huge. I could do this one. We're not going to do it this live stream. I could do this one, but everyone has heard my complaints about rover contracts. However, I am willing to do this and then, in all good faith, attempt the contract. And if the contract is simply broken, but I have done everything within my reasonable ability to accomplish the contract, then we can use cheats to just accomplish the contract. I'm really avoiding using cheats, obviously, because that takes away from the fun of the game. But I will do it if necessary. I think we can take this one. I think Eve Transporter still has fuel on board. I might be wrong, but we'll try it. Let's go Space Center. We'll do this, and we'll set up our infrared telescope for the other contract. I wish there was a way to search. Oh well. Yeah, that's not super different of an orbit. It's just a plane change. It's not crazy. We could probably do this relatively easily, question mark? Not 100% sure. It depends on how much fuel's on board. Oh, never mind. Never mind. We got oodles and oodles of fuel. So let's lock anti, or not retrograde, anti-normal. There we go. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 1 Oh yeah, this shouldn't be too hard. Our orbital velocity is low enough that... Done. Done and done. Quick. Quick and easy. Okay, sweet. Let's go look at KSP Overwatch, wherever that guy went. Opposite side of the solar system. That's what I like to see. That's fine. Oh, that's our Juno lander right there, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Okay. Well, that is mapping, so that's done. Let's go back to the nuclear rocket. Switch back to this guy. And we'll go ahead and collect scientific data from him. Let's let it run a little longer. They have processed a good deal of their science, which is good. Let's review store data. We can throw it all in the lab. We'll go ahead and transmit. $38, $39, $40. How are we doing on charge? Now we're fine. 816 science. Brings us up to another 1,000. Well, let's go back to the research center. We'll research one more tech and then we'll end the live stream here. Not a whole lot more I wanted to do. Really just getting that ship to Duna was the main goal. And we have just enough fuel to get back to Kerbin. Maybe enough fuel to get back to Kerbin and get into orbit of Kerbin, if we're lucky. Okay. So, with that, experimental science gives us the upgraded ISRUs, which is great. We could get... No, never mind. We don't have enough for that. So we can't get anything at this level, but we can get anything this level or lower. Very heavy lifters gives us the Mammoth, which is sick. The Rhino, the Clydesdale. All sick. Orbital assembly, I just don't understand enough about orbital assembly. I'd have to mess around with that. I like the idea of flying a mission to search for other planets, but I think that might still be a little ways away from us. I also would like to try doing a solar sail mission. I think that'd be cool to attempt. But you know what? Maybe we do improved nuclear reactors. So we have nuclear power, which this weighs 6.5 tons. This weighs 13, so that's much heavier. Pebble bed weighs 11. I was hoping for a lighter, smaller one, but these are all really, really big and heavy. But once you get to high energy nuclear power, this unlocks fusion rockets. And then you get this guy, this guy, holy cow. Thrust and vacuum 50 kilonewtons, which isn't a lot, but it's got a 5,000 ISP. And then you start getting up into crazy things like the Discovery magnetic confinement fusion rocket, which gives you 100 kilonewtons. And what kind of ISP? 12 times the square root of core temperature. So hotter. The Vista, 250. And 15,500 ISP. Wow. Z-pinch fusion engine. Extreme fusion rockets, which gets you up to Kerbstein drive support command adapter. Buzzard fusion engine. The Kerbstein fusion drive. I don't even know what that means. Man. So much. There's also the... So we have ion propulsion, but plasma propulsion would be cool because that gets us the Vasmir. I don't know, man. Aluminum liquid oxygen engines. I'm genuinely torn. I'm genuinely torn here. I think therefore I am. I think what is going down this? Artificial consciousness? It looks like this can do resource scanning. That's kind of cool. Oh man. We're at the point now where I just don't know what I should be putting my effort into. I don't really want this. We'll get that eventually just as a result of cleaning up the check tree, I guess, but I don't really need that. We'll go with the improved nuclear power for the molten salt reactor, which we might eventually use. But that's where I'm going to leave the live stream. We got 2 Duna. We've got Kerbals in orbit of Duna, which also takes our core team up to level 3. Which is awesome. We will probably want to upgrade our astronaut complex so that we can have unlimited astronauts, because right now we can only have up to 12, and we can't do any other manned missions, basically. We can afford it, but do we do it? I think we do it. Now we can try and do some more rescue missions to stack up our astronaut roster, if you will. So anyway, that's where we're going to leave the live stream today. With our Kerbal Space Center nearly fully upgraded. I think it's just these 2 buildings and the administration building that are left. But I appreciate everyone for tuning in and watching along as I struggle to learn the more high level techniques of this game. I hope you guys all enjoyed it, and I will see you in a future live stream or video. Take care, everyone.